Hey everyone, Chris here, and thanks for joining me on this stream. We are talking about severe thunderstorms. It is more active up in the northern part of the state and into southern Minnesota. So let's chat a little bit about what's going on. We'll track those storms going on in northern Iowa and talk about the threat. Talk about the threat that is left into central Iowa. Here is a look at the radar picture, and I'm going to be back here in just a second. I need to tackle one thing here behind the scenes. It's an active night out there over southern Minnesota. There is a tornado warning for southern Minnesota. That would be for Freeborn County for a possible tornado there. And these storms are moving to the north and east with time. Okay, back with you, friends. Have some team coverage helping me out remote should we need it, and she had a question. I had to jump up. Here's where the storms are right now, up into southern Minnesota, tracking a lot of our storm chasers out in the field, and this one is radar indicated in southern Freeborn County here, Faribault County included on that this warning, and this does include Albert Lee until 7 o'clock here for tonight. Now let me look at the velocity signal, and we'll see how things are going here. That area of rotation, it's a little muddied. I think it's up near the Clarks Grove area right now. Well, it's a little muddled with several areas of spin just to the west of Albert Lee, I'd watch. And it looks like there's some anticyclonic, nope, there's anticyclonic little spins there up around Clarks Grove here, but it's all kind of muddled. We'll go into the NROT, the rotation, and pull it up and see the shear if that is popping up. And I'm not seeing a whole lot here building in. Yeah, there's a little bit there west of Albert Lee, south of Alden, and that's about it right now. So that is a radar indicated tornado up that direction, and a wealth of severe thunderstorm warnings as well extending into southern Iowa. As always, if you have any questions, I'm open to them. Just ask you go over to the Chris Kubal Meteorologist Facebook page. I have a stream going there, and that's the one I'm keeping tabs on for any questions. So this is a radar indicated tornado there over southern Minnesota, tracking our storm chasers out in the vicinity, and that's where we're seeing it. 1 second here. Where'd my telephone go? So far, central Iowa's quiet, but I do want to dive into that threat here in just a second. Okay, Julie, click on the Manage Palettes, and then down you'll see Remote Workspace Palette. Right there, that's the one we got. And when you bring it up, at the bottom, it's going to look like that for you. Okay, just helping out one of my coworkers here trying to navigate our system. So getting some help remote should we need it for tonight. and just trying to make sure that Julie has her bases covered. So, multitasking here tonight. Okay, so not much in central Iowa at the moment. Let's go to the visible satellite, and I'll show you a couple of areas I'm going to be watching. There is some agitation out there in western Iowa for possible development. I think we have a very narrow window of opportunity here for severe weather in central Iowa. The overall environment is fairly well ripe. As you see up into southern Minnesota, those storms are really going. There are two areas of boundaries incoming. Let me get this up and I will clear it out for you. Okay, and let me draw the boundaries in place here. The wind's going to catch up, but we have two boundaries right now. We have a quasi-dry line. Others are labeling it as a cold front, but it looks like a dry line to me in the end. Then there's a cold front that's coming around here on the backside. You'll see those winds starting to shift direction. I think it looks primarily like this. So it's getting a little bit better now, but earlier these winds were running more parallel up that yellow line, and we'd want it to run into that line if we want to see storm development. So the wind going into that boundary helps kickstart thunderstorms, and once they get up, then they can blossom up through the air, but it usually doesn't just happen natively. So that's really what we're watching here. And then that secondary front behind it, the moisture just is not near as good back there. So with that in mind, it makes those storms higher base and it takes a tornado threat away. You can still see some wind and hail in the setup, and we'll watch for that. But definitely everything ahead of the dry line needs to be watched very, very closely. I will say there was a funnel cloud reported near Keister in southern Minnesota with that tornado warning storm just north of the border. You can see the clear hook in here. It would be in this area I'd be watching for tornado genesis. So this one definitely is trying to hit up the Albert Lee area with time. We're going to be watching it for you. So something perhaps trying to drop out of the ground there with it. Let me take a look here if I can see that particular moment. This is just kind of a radar dead zone for us. It makes it very hard to see those small scale features. New severe thunderstorm warning in northern Iowa for Kossuth and Winnebago County. This is going to be for hail, and that's it. One second, friends. I will be right back. I'll keep this looping for you in the short term, and I will be back in just a minute or two. Let me get this going. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, okay, friends? Trying to help a coworker through an issue at the moment. Be right back. Okay, friends, storms are still going up here in northern Iowa. Tracking the situation for you here. Tornado warning into southern Minnesota. That would be Faribault and Freeborn County until 7 o'clock. This one is radar indicated. There has been a funnel reported with it, but it's moving to the east and north and east, and the area of circulation is trying to take a little bit of an aim on the Albert Lee area, I believe. So that's what we're watching, and the development into central Iowa just isn't happening at this juncture. It is just not happening yet, but we are tracking it for you very, very closely. Very closely. So you're looking at the shear detection. There is a little bit there just to the west of Albert Lee. Past that, you know, it's not a whole heck of a lot at this point. So it is a little bit away from the radar, but I'm not quite seeing a significant impact as far as anything on the ground. Okay. So, central Iowa, I'm tracking you. There's just not a lot happening at the moment down into central Iowa. We did have a tornado warning clip into Kossuth County. We did have a distinct lowering in there, but there was no tornado that I saw drop to the ground on any of our chasers feeds that are out there. And if we do see something pop up into central Iowa that's worthy of showing, I certainly will do that. Here's some of that vertical development that is being shown. That may just be some crap being blown up in the air, and it largely is, but there are some red pinpointed areas I'd watch here for maybe some development, and I believe, yeah, there's some clouds underneath there. Okay, so in these little thin ribbons, you know, we'll watch, and I do think this could become a little bit more prominent as that feature slides a bit further to the east. These cells up north, they're kicking up a lot of dust too. We had some gustnados, I would say, with them. Let me see if I can pull one of those up. One of my friends and colleagues, Evan Bunkers, is up there. He's doing a little chasing, and I can add his video into the scene here. He allowed us to use it. This is coming in near Winnebago, Minnesota. And you can kind of see all that dirt and dust being kicked up at the surface, but there's no clear condensation funnel all the way to the ground. And notice the scatter is more so this way than to the right. It's more so to the left than it is to the right. Let me see if I can blow that up nice and big. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. 1 second. Got to get the right one. That's about as big as I'm going to get that one, but you can kind of see it. It's not connected to the cloud. The fields are barren. The wind is rushing out at that general location. It's kicking up a lot of dust. So we saw that back near Winnebago in southern Minnesota. And I think those have been pretty common here so far over the course of this evening. As far as the reports coming in, here's where we currently sit. Here's that funnel report coming in. This was near Keister. A funnel cloud reported. Very brief, it says. A lot of hail reports. And officially no touchdown. Now, we did have some reports of something down closer to the blue Winnebago area back through Blue Earth. And again, I think it was that video that we showed you. It was just kicking up some of the dirt in the fields. So, all right, some questions coming in. Hail south of Alden, Minnesota. Thank you, Joyce. Yeah, thanks, Heather. It can be a little bit more difficult. A friend of mine saw a funnel cloud in Albert Lee, says Cassandra. What's it looking like? Is it looking like it's weakening in central Iowa, Abby asks. Shows some activity around 8. Yeah, and I think 7 to 10 is going to be our sweet spot. Let me show you here in just a second. Yeah, Abby, central Iowa, northern Iowa up into southern Minnesota is where it is the most active at this point. Let me pull up my Futurecast. And we can see it. This is the hourly version here in the short term. So notice how things are popping. Here's just after 7 o'clock up by Fort Dodge. Weak convergence. It's not a whole lot. It's trying to spark up some activity in southwest Iowa and push it towards Des Moines through 10 o'clock. And then weaken as it moves eastward. And the reason it's weakening is we go into the overnight. Okay, we go into the overnight with those storms established, but at the same time that cap is going to be building back in. We talk about that lid in the atmosphere. I think it's going to be building back up, and we call that convective inhibition. And I think it's going to try to squander that activity after it develops. So it's a narrow window, I think 7 to 10 o'clock. I think we'll know by 8 if we're going to see some action or not, or if this is going to be a bust. And I would rather it be a bust. Frankly, I would, because this is, it's tough. It's tough to talk about severe weather impacting people's lives, like legit difficult. I'm going to pull up this. Well, I guess we don't have any at this point, but I wanted to get that ready just in case we do have some warnings. I'll go back to the other one. That loop shows the current warnings. I like to bring that up so no matter what I'm talking about here on the coverage, you can still see some of those warnings coming in. I don't see a whole heck of a lot of rotation, but if there is some, it's right over Albert Lee at the moment with this tornado warning. Kind of hitting the north side of it. Let me scope it out for you here. Okay, you see this activity right here. And I think this is a little bit of some old data. I think this is now starting to translate to the north side, perhaps a little bit here south of Clarks Grove. There it is. It's weak, but it is trying to get there. So seek shelter if you're in Albert Lee. Freeborn County, there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Winnebago County and Kossuth can be chopped off here. This is the cell that is severe with some hail prospects on it. Folks, don't hit those links that pop up in the chat. They are just pure garbage. They're looking to infect your device and steal your data, whatever it is. But just don't click on those. Jeremy, I just showed the wind shear. It doesn't look the best, honestly, at the moment. Yeah, we don't need another derecho. Lydia, do I think Des Moines is going to be hit? Still conditional. We don't have any storms to suggest otherwise, but no doubt we're going to be tracking some hail parameters there around Buffalo Center, around an inch and a half, and then getting up here towards New Richland, south of Owatonna, inch and a half, southeast of Blue Earth, getting towards an inch and a half. So there's some pockets in there, I do think. Probably the most prominent coming out of Buffalo Center. This product is typically a couple of minutes delayed as well. Yeah, Abby, the thing to really watch is kind of the dew point, because if it starts to drop, and that really diminishes your storm chances. So let me see if I can pull those dew points in. We'll do it. I got to find them first. Okay. Dew points. Here we go. Let's pull those puppies up. So dew points are really starting to come down here towards Council Bluffs, Spencer, Sioux City, okay, in the 50s compared to mid-60s out ahead of the front. And so temps, let me bring those up. Current temperatures, I don't have them on the eye level, but I have them for the DMA. So you notice those temperatures are still warm out there towards Council Bluffs and other areas, right? So the dew point slash, that alleviates a lot of the severity with storm threats. Not to say you can't get storms, but the severe opportunity is definitely where you have the moisture along with the temperatures. We do have a tornado watch in place right now for a streak across central Iowa from north to south. That's popping up on screen right now. This lasts until midnight, extends north into southeast Minnesota until 11, 10 o'clock, and midnight. So next few hours is basically what I'm saying here. Central Iowa is until midnight, and then there's a trailing severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock as well for northwestern Iowa. Mike is asking, is La Crosse, Wisconsin going to get hit? Yeah, you have a likelihood in La Crosse to see this line of storms moving in. Over Albert Lee and Freeborn County, you have that area of rotation kind of moving overhead right now where it would be, but it's not the best, I'm going to say. It's not the best rotation I've ever seen. Looks like there might be a little bit of activity around the Blooming Prairie area that's more convergent, so a new updraft is trying to form there. I'd be watching for some hail potential, maybe around Hayfield with a spot of rotation too, but each of these little nuggets I'd be watching right here for some spin to try to get going. Just looking at our chasers, I don't see anything too terribly interesting at the moment. We have some folks hanging around Kossuth County on the southern side of this line just to see if this activity near Bancroft gets going or not. But so far into central Iowa, you can see the gravity wave ripples. This is really cool. So you can see these little striations north and south. Yeah, you see those? If I actually put that into motion, they're gravity waves, and you can see how they translate. They stay. This is actually kind of a wave that's happening in the atmosphere, and when it goes up, it makes a cloud, and when it goes down, there's no cloud. So if I go over to the visible satellite here, no, there was, and what you're seeing is still left over from that. So you see those vertical striations, but they're kind of going away with the loss of heating in that particular area. If I'm watching for storm development, it's right here, and I think I'm starting to see the first little bits of it right around Carroll. Right here. That's a storm top that's starting to get going into western Iowa. So it's those general areas I'm tracking. Star's asking anything near Cedar Falls. There's nothing imminent around the Cedar Falls area. But not to say your threat is zero. I do think it's better to your west. You'll start to cap off. Heavy hail in Albert Lee, David says. And David, do you have an estimated size on that so I can pass it along? Yes, Heather, that's exactly what I'm saying about the tornado threat with the dry line. It diminishes once you get past. Hubbard, Iowa, windy but feels cooler and sunny. Hope we dodge this one. You're in good shape right now. Nothing immediately formed, but, you know, Hubbard's up here. We got that cell trying to get going back near Carroll. let me see. I have to switch radar sites over here on this computer anyway, so let me go ahead and do that. By the way, the tornado warning has gone away with that cell over Freeborn County. So, I mean, there's a little bit. There's that itty-bitty little streak right here from Harlan to Denison, a little bit towards Carroll. I'll be watching that area to see if we can get something to form. But right now, definitely the hotbed is up here into northern Iowa. Something just to keep in mind. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the hail report, David. We had some ping pong ball sized hail in Buffalo Center in north central Iowa. So there's that. Jumping into the National Weather Service Twin Cities chat. Wall cloud that was seen with that Freeborn County tornado warning. That was north of Scarville, actually across the border into Iowa, but has since come up. Golf ball sized hail in Lemond, so that's up into Steele County, I believe, or in that general vicinity. Thanks, David. Just passed along that report. Stop with these stupid live accident. It's not real. Tornado possible near Spencer. Let's go take a look. That was from a comment, by the way. I'm not saying that. Let's take out the scope in here. Yeah, that's trying to get a little something going, isn't it? Nice healthy spin on that cell. So we'll have to watch this one closely. This is still out of the local 5 area. The cell up here near Rock Rapids, up in, what is that, Lyon County? Yeah, that's Lyon County. Let's see, that one looks like it has a nice little hook too there in north and west of Dune, but not really much as far as the returns on the velocity picture. Even as that updates, that's more of a convergence signal, so the updraft is kind of strengthening on it. Watch this guy. That one could get going too. Still not much in central Iowa though. Threat is definitely conditional. So the storm, the cap is gone. I was actually expecting that to be a little bit more stout going into tonight, but so far it's going away. And behind these storms, that's what you're seeing, these pockets of blue popping up behind these storms. The atmosphere is stabilizing. This is behind that dry line. But more or less, we're open here in central Iowa. We just don't have the winds converging on each other. Why don't I show you? All right. So still a couple of those cells here into north central Iowa. Let me get in on here. This is the latest HR coming in. Still trying to pulse a cell. It's saying 7 o'clock we should have a little bit of activity. This is 7. And time right now is 7:05 or 7:03, I think. Yeah. So trying to pulse. It's trying. I think we'll know by 8 if it's going to happen. If it doesn't happen by 8, it is just frankly not going to happen. Let's go here to the SPC and deep moisture convergence. So you can see the red is where we are converging. And if you can see my mouse, I believe you can. We got it along that boundary there in southeast Minnesota. You dip down into Iowa, though, there's a noticeable gap. And this is what triggers those thunderstorms. If you don't have that wind converging, it's tough to make things go boom. Now, they can sometimes natively on their own. You just get that warmer air, that one little parcel go, and lifting up in the sky, but usually we have some help. So what's happening back here, this is the cold front back into Nebraska. Convergence from the cold front there. The wind's a little bit better oriented. Down into Iowa along that dry line, we just don't have anything. It does get a little bit better in Kansas. You can see underneath there, we do have some returns showing up on radar. Frontogenesis, same kind of concept lift. Here we have it up into southern Minnesota, northern Iowa a little bit, then it kind of skips a beat back to the west. But in southwestern Iowa, it's not there. So surface, let's pull up the wind. That flow is out of south and west ahead of the dry line. I wish I could telestrate for you. I just can't on this particular computer, but that dry line I'd say is about right here. It's connecting these two parcels of storms. I don't hold high hopes. I'm just going to be honest. I don't hold high hopes that we have anything significant in central Iowa. So this is moisture convergence, so that moisture pushing against those features. And you notice where it's the strongest, we have some activity showing up on radar. Kansas as well. There's a little bit, and I think that's causing that bit of a bubbling in here. You can see that. That's just near the Denison area. No, that's Carroll. So near Carroll. There's a couple of cells trying to pulse up and grow larger, but we're struggling. Those cloud tops are really getting going up in northern Iowa. That's where things are ripping at the moment. Okay, I haven't checked out the comments here in a little bit. Holy cow, Buffalo is getting hit, Buffalo Center. Yeah. David, thank you. I did see that hail. I do appreciate that. I did see the hail. Let me pull it up here. This was out of Albert Lee. And, oh, 1 second. I jumped on the wrong app. When you run a professional page and a personal page, it becomes kind of hard. Do you see that? Let me pull it up. 1 second. Where am I? Here we go. There, you see it. So that's getting close to a quarter penny size probably. David, you sent me, I passed on 3/4 of an inch since he said marble. To me, that's a classic marble size, if you will. 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. All right, back we go to the satellite picture here. I'm just kind of analyzing the scenario. We do have a lot of energy that's uncapped. That blue is the cap, the inhibition. And we have 3,000, 3,500 joules per kilogram noted here. So the energy is there, and that is really a ripe setup for energy in late April. That's pretty crazy to see. It's a good one. Wind shear down low. This is low level shear, and basically you want to be looking for 20 or greater, and that's that outermost dark blue line that my mouse is kind of going around. It jumps up by 5, so this is 25, 30, 35, and you'll find the significant tornado parameter is going to be better in this general area. Yeah, and you see that. Okay, it's not the only thing that we take into account, the wind shear with that product, but it is better. And for this one, this is up through the lowest 6 kilometers of the sky, so it's actually most of the thunderstorm. And this is saying 60 knots of shear, which is huge. I'd be looking about 45, 50 for some of the best setups to pique my interest for severe weather. So it's there. It's just we're lacking. We're lacking in the triggering mechanism. So LCLs, this is where the cloud base really starts in the grand scheme of things. So the lower it is, the better for tornado genesis. You do see that it's under 1,000 meters. Yes, meters. Under 1,000 meters here over southeast Minnesota, 750 in fact in a few spots. Just makes it easier to connect the tornado to the ground. So with that drying that's occurring in southwestern Iowa, that's lifting those cloud bases. And you see getting up towards like 3,000, 3,500 meters. So we're talking like 11,000 feet, and you just can't connect the ground in those situations. So not only do I storm track, I look to educate too when possible. I'm not perfect. I do make mistakes. We did have 1.25 inch hail measurement south of Alden in southern Minnesota. No additional funnels, but you do see those cells are definitely there. I will say we got that cell popping up. There it is. So we'll watch. It's right over Manning. We'll see if that one can take off on us. Central Iowa, this is kind of it. I mean, this is what we're watching. So southwestern Carroll County, can it get going? That's the question. Okay. Abby asks how long the severe season is. The worst of it in Iowa and up through Minnesota is typically through June, and then things start to get just a hair better, but all the warm season. Thanks, Heather. Yeah, I try to educate. I hope I didn't trigger those tornadoes from forming, Adam, just based on my one tweet. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be tracking for central Iowa is back here, this development towards Carroll. How's this one looking? Now, I had some decent rotation with it coming out of Spencer, and it still does, but this cell is weaker in the grand scheme of things. It's cloud tops. Let me show. I suspect they're not that high in the grand scheme of things. Takes a second to load. Yeah, and it's just not. So cloud tops here, 31,000 feet versus, let's zoom out and we'll see over southeast Minnesota. This is going to be up closer to 45, I would bet, 48,000. So a big difference there in cloud tops. This little baby cell, well, it's starting to shoot upwards. We're getting into 20,000. And let's back it up. It was nothing back towards 708, but you can see that agitation in the clouds. And it's starting to work its way back in here. Yep. It's getting agitated there. So that is why there is a tornado watch. Excuse me, almost missaid it. That's why there's a tornado watch in place for central Iowa. That is not what I clicked. Why did that not show up correctly? Tornado watch in place until midnight. All right, as always, ask your questions. I'm tracking the comments on the Chris Kubal Meteorologist stream. If you're watching me on YouTube or Local 5 social medias, We Are Iowa Plus. If you want to ask me a question, you're going to have to jump over to the Facebook page. We're working on getting a scenario where we can ingest all comments, but at this point, we're not quite there just yet. Okay? So we're tracking it for you, friends. We have chasers out in the field, and most certainly will be, bringing that up if something happens into central Iowa. We just don't have many chasers down in central Iowa, though, right now because, well, it's kind of that lone spot, right? Okay, so a few severe thunderstorm warnings coming in. We do have some development in southwestern Iowa as well, so we're starting to pop. That's been an established storm for a while. The cell here southwest of Carroll continues to grow. Whoop. I accidentally turned that off. Let me get back into it. Busy night. Busy night, no doubt, up north, across southern Minnesota. So this warning is actually tagged for Winnebago County for tornado possible. Ooh, that's tough. That's murky to get a look. Maybe right here, north of Thompson. But yeah, these storms are, you know, we're looking at them 9,000 feet. So it's tough to actually see. Let me cycle back and forth here. So just south of Albert Lee, there may be, you know, an area to watch. This is strong inflow inbound, so be doing the circle right there. Right here. That's the circle to watch. And then a little bit of convergence, and sometimes this can spin up to east of Hayfield. All the action is up into Minnesota right now. But I'm tracking it. I certainly am. Okay, just gotta check in a couple of other little sources. All right. Just keeping tabs with the National Weather Service and my partners out in the field. Looks like there's a little lowering near Rake. Oh, that was a while ago. That was that tornado warning cell that pushed in. That was a little bit older. My apologies. And then the National Weather Service is talking about that development here over Carroll County that we've been watching. So I think the next 45 minutes is going to be very telling for the severe threats in central Iowa. It's conditional. The atmosphere is ripe and robust, no doubt. We just got to get the right conditions. So I do think the wind profile is favorable for tornadoes and large hail, and to a lesser extent some wind trying to pulse up on us. Let's take a look at these storms with respect to the hail at the moment. Let me get back on the stream so I can track. Heather, yeah, Evan did get some pretty cool shots. I showed one earlier. It was kind of a gustnado scenario. Barren fields, outflow, rushing down. I'll pull it up here, right here. You can kind of see it there. Apologies, I can't take off the warning information while I have this pulled up. But this, it looks like it's a tornado, but there's no condensation funnel or lowering out of the cloud. I'd especially be looking for a lowering out of the cloud. Notice how on the left side there's more dust than the right, and I don't see any visible rotation. This has earmarks, and when I got this message from Evan, I said, that looks like a gustnado, and National Weather Service certainly agreed with it. Best storm is over southern Minnesota right now. I'll pull the hail parameters up and see if there's anything in here. All right. All pretty small at the moment. It's gone down. There were some bigger hail spikes in there. You can see as it jumped over Albert Lee and south of Keister, crossing the state line, and now a lot of that is just washed away. Always watching. And we're going to look back on this one and kind of analyze. Did we throw the appropriate outlook up on this? I can say it's always best to get the word out when there is a conditional threat. I think that's the appropriate way to do things, because if you don't want people being surprised if something pops up and you've been saying it hasn't. So this cell south of Carroll, I'd be expecting something maybe a little bit more robust. It's trying. It's still kind of in that developmental phase. Southwest Iowa has a little bit of activity as well. Yeah, it's not growing at a rapid pace there south of Carroll. Just kind of holding where it's at. There is probably some small hail. There is some small hail probably tucked away in there northwest of Shenandoah. Maybe up to ½ inch in nature. Let's take a look. I got nothing showing up. Well, there was a little bit of activity earlier. You can barely see it pulsing in. But my other radar product I have here just off screen, it is showing potentially some ½ inch diameter hail there. Reports up in Minnesota, 1 inch hail near the Dodge Center area. Nope, Casson, excuse me. 1¼ inch hail, 4 miles southwest of Alden. 1 inch hail from Mazeppa, that's in Wabasha County, up on the northeast side of this line. And then penny-sized hail near Zumbro Falls, also in Wabasha County, up on the northeast side of this line. This is a hailer, for sure. Let's see what it is. 1.1. And the tracks on it, what kind of history does this have? It's about the same, perhaps a little bit more here or there. There's some good glamour shots from these storms. As always, if you have a neat picture you want to share, if you're watching me from the Minnesota side of the border, I would certainly appreciate that. Like sharing what you're seeing out there. Just checking in on the comments. And if you have a specific pinpointed question, happy to answer. Again, I think the significant thing here is we're just lacking convergence along the dry line. That is what it is. I think I'm going to make a social media post on that as well right now, so bear with me as I get that set up. I can't talk and type at the same time. It's just one of my things I can't do, so bear with me as I get this out, and we'll continue chatting. But just in case I can reach people with an update that if I can reach people with an update if they're not on my stream, that's always a good thing in there as well. So gotta get this up here, talking about lacking of convergence. Okay. All right, let's get this out here real quick. Oop, I need to turn on the timestamp. There we go. All right, let me get this out, and I'll be back with you in 60 seconds, my friends. Got to go to town typing here real quick. Okay. Let me actually get this sent off and we will resume. No, don't print. Oh, to be a fly on the wall in my coverage. I wish you could. I really wish you could, because it was so fascinating for me the first time to see it. Oh, I loved it. I loved every part of it. So I don't want to say our storm chance is 0. I don't want to let the guard completely down, but I really don't think we're going to be looking at much at this stage in the game. There's been a little bit of activity pulse near Atlantic. This is a little bit more robust development than that cell over near Carroll. So there's a narrow window, but we are struggling. And that's good. Severe weather is what drives me, but yeah, for sure. Yeah. Let's see. Just going back through the comments. So Dave, the end of the world isn't coming like you guys were predicting. You know, Dave, I would kick myself if I said it wasn't going to happen and then something actually did happen. So we've been kind of on this pinnacle, top of a mountaintop. I've been using this analogy through the day. We're sitting at the very top. There's 2 paths down, one that features 0 storms and the one that features a crap ton. And we just don't have that convergence against that dry line. Now, initially in the global models, the long range, so looking at anything more than 2 days away, it was there, but those global models are looking at a larger resolution in the data, quite literally meaning a bigger area and kind of lumping it into one little parcel on the maps that we look at. So when you get into the high resolution stuff, it started picking up on, hey, maybe we don't quite have that focal point of wind against that boundary. And in the last 36 hours, we started throwing that element of conditional development in there. And that is certainly what we're looking at right now. We really, really are. And again, I'd kick myself if I went the other way. You always have to bring up all of your bases. So Dave, yeah, and I don't think we're ever billing it as the end of the world. But you also can't ignore what the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service is putting out. If you don't mention it, you get left behind, right? So in the last 36, 48 hours, my tone has been very similar, that this is a conditional risk. A conditional risk. Looks like, no, sorry, my data is just a little bit older here. Let me get to the end. Yeah, we do have a new warning. My apologies. We do have a new warning coming out here. This is for Kossuth County. up into Winnebago, Hancock County. This is going to be for hail. Popping into view. Saying tornado possible too, huh? Oh no, that was the one up north. So 1-inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds with this. Let's pulse the hail up. And it's just developing. This is a signal that's been pulsing up, so this data is a little bit delayed in getting to my system. So I'm guessing we're seeing much stronger returns in that department. Yeah, my other computer here, we're getting up over an inch, and just one cycle ago, it was nothing. So that's why that warning is out for Kossuth, Winnebago, Hancock County. Adam, that's the truth. One little change to the atmosphere can change things completely. Burns Brian, what about Ankeny? Conditional threat. There's nothing developed on radar just yet. A couple of cells back towards Atlantic and Carroll, but they're very minor and not threat inducing at this point. Yeah, Carroll's cell is certainly weakening, Abby. Yep. All right. As I just keep looking through, checking in with the Weather Service. The cap broke, but we certainly we don't have the necessary convergence against the dry line. So that's what I'm watching. A little bit of a cell there, back northwest of Atlantic. But this is nothing in the grand scheme. It is still growing up a little bit, so there's that. A little bit of a cell towards Red Oak. It looks like it has a leftward hook on that. I just want to, let's sample the winds just to see. And you know what? This is, that's funny. It does actually have a little bit of circulation, anticyclonic circulation going that way. You don't see that all too often. Usually tornadoes spin cyclonically as you look down upon them from above. Okay, so if you're looking up at them, they're going to go clockwise. But this one here is spinning around in that direction. Very, very weak. Left-handed supercell. You don't see that all too often. Well, I wouldn't even call it a supercell at this point, but it certainly has its hook on the other side of the cell. It's a unique feature to see. You don't see it all too often. Sometimes this can happen on cell splits, but definitely not severe. Northern Iowa, there's some stronger storms entering from South Dakota and Nebraska, but still up into northern Iowa and southern Minnesota. All right. Gunther, no. Not to my knowledge. St. Joe, Missouri. Let me see. Tucker Myers. I do have. You have a nice little conga line of storms incoming. Slight eastward movement, but a whole lot of rain is incoming. I'd say some hail in there. There's some flash flooding back through Manhattan, Kansas. And so that would be a bigger concern there. I don't see flash flooding being a risk if storms get going over central Iowa. Thanks for joining me. Some cool looking shots on the streams, but I have to pay licensing fees if I take them, and I'm not going to take them for a glamour shot. But yeah, they are pretty neat. We can take a peek outside on our West Des Moines cam, as that one's looking back. Now should be able to see that activity down there by Red Oak if it's pointed. We're too dusty hazy. There's some dust being kicked up from the south and west coming our way. So we've seen in the last month a lot of cases, kind of the brown dots on the truck, the car, in your driveway after a rain. That's kind of the same thing. I think you can just barely get a hint of a top of a cloud right here. Just barely. But other than that, we don't have much action at the moment. You know, one time I covered up Game 7 of the NBA Finals. That was fun. Got a lot of hate mail that day. A lot. You might remember that was if you're familiar with the Freeborn County tornado. I know probably a lot of my followers are. Yeah, that was a wicked day. June 17th, 2010. Never remember that one. Here's that severe thunderstorm warning, Winnebago, Hancock, Kossuth County. I had a question about Winterset, and you can see there's nothing really imminent that you need to be concerned with down there, Caitlin. So I think you're okay. Just be aware. We have a narrow window, but we're really lacking. We're really lacking the convergence department against that dry line. No one likes to be wrong in the setup. Oop. That is the wrong one. That's our old banner, in case you wanted to look at that. Let me just click that off of here. Okay. So this dry line, I'm going to draw it again. I think I got the cold front first. Here's the cold front. Let me get the dry line. I want to change the size of it here too, so I don't obscure too much of the data. Okay, and the dry line is coming just like that. So the wind, let me get my white arrows out here. You can see the wind, and that is the wind we have. A lot of it is running quasi-parallel with this front. There is a little bit of convergence, a little bit, but not a ton. Okay, so those wind arrows angled in slightly. Now, ideally, we would have, let me clear a couple of these. Ideally, we'd have this surface wind more like this, and this wind behind more like this. You see how that's strong convergence? And we just don't have it. It's basically running along that dry line right now. All right, I got that saved so I don't have to draw it every time again. Let's check out the dew points. Okay, dew points coming up. So behind that dry line, we have that pocket of really, really dry air. Oop, I don't want that. That pocket of really dry air there. 50s as well, but this is kind of rain influenced. You can see the drop from the mid-60s to the mid-50s. Northwest Iowa, it has rain there. It has not in central Iowa. Our temps are into the 70s and 80s, and we have dew points in the 60s. So no doubt you are probably feeling You're probably feeling a hint of mugginess that's out there. Looking back through the comments. El Piri, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. There's nothing imminent for Storm Lake of concern at the moment. Aurora asks, do I think the tornado watch will be canceled tonight for Des Moines? Not at this stage in the game. Carrie, appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I don't like covering up programming any more than you want to watch it. You know, I've heard people say, you just want to hear yourself talk, and that is definitely not the case. It's hard to talk alone. I do have some help on standby remote to give me a break if we go on air. But, yeah. At this stage, there's no need to bring in that remote help. And I'm just jumping up on the stream here just to stay with you and talk a little bit. I really don't think much of what's left of our storm chances. I really don't. It does look like it's trying to build a little bit southwards on this line, so we'll watch that. Getting into Humboldt and also Wright County. Perhaps it can clip the local 5 area. Local 5 area starts right here, the county line there. Running east-west between Kanawha there and Clarion. There is a little pocket of circulation. Ooh, let's get off Des Moines. By Forest City here. That's the rotation. Okay, maybe some feedback, but some convergence happening right there south of Albert Lee. It's all very broad, though, and really high up. There's a bunch of little pockets. So south of Woden, right there, perhaps another one near Wesley on the south side. And if we go back to the reflectivity, you're going to see that there's little notches at each of those little spots, right? That warning, let's see, when does that last? Till 8 o'clock, radar indicated baseline criteria for severe weather. 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. I'll be honest, friends, I don't like our chances at this point. I guess, you know, you can watch that cold front. If it can catch up. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. I want this. If this cold front can catch up, there is a chance to get something a little bit more surface-based. There's a chance. But by then, our temperatures are starting to drop. The cap's building back in. So I drew the wind there. There's the wind here. And notice how it's more perpendicular to the cold front. And that's why it's sparking off thunderstorms back towards Sioux City. Now, it's just not as favorable of an environment. Now, this cold front is catching the dry line. So if it does catch the dry line, perhaps we can send up a little something. Might be our only hope. But that's what we're looking at. I thank everyone for joining me here on the broadcast tonight. I do appreciate it. Heather, good question. He is actually fully employed by WQAD, so he's their meteorologist. He's helping us out. We do have a morning meteorologist hired, but he has another job that keeps him committed until early June. Then we'll bring him in. It hasn't been announced who this is yet, and it's not appropriate for me to make that announcement right now. But we do have someone lined up for the morning. I can tell you, you're gonna love him. He'll be a great fit for Local 5 and Central Iowa. Care of the question, Des Moines, Central Iowa, just kind of as I'm saying, it's conditional, but it's just not looking good. Perhaps we can look at this cold front catching up to the dry line. That's going to be it. All right. Okay, friends, I think I'm going to let the stream go for a while, at least on my personal page. If you want to continue watching, we do have it going on We Are Iowa Plus, We Are Iowa app, and also other bits of social media as well. The social media pages have streams going. I'm going to get back to the looping stream for now and continue to track behind the scenes and prep for my 9 o'clock show, which is coming up in an hour. I will just say I don't like our prospects right now, the rate things are going. So at this stage, I'm going to do a little bit of work here behind the scenes, get prepped. I'll bring myself back on if there's something that needs to be talked about, or if I need to give an update, all clear, things like that. But I'll get you back right now and keep tracking things here in the Weather Center in the background. Thanks so much, no matter where you were joining me from, as far as being Iowa, Minnesota, or your means of watching. I do appreciate you joining me here on the broadcast. I'll get you back to the loop here and keep you updated as we go through the evening. We'll see you, my friends. All right, good. Let me know next time. I got to mute that every time. All right, friends, we're about ready to jump on air for severe weather coverage, tornado warning over Cass County until 9:30. You see that storm there, some radar indicated rotation, and I'll be on here with you shortly to talk about it. Right now, just in the weather center, getting ready to go on air. Come on, Hub. This is a radar indicated tornado till 9:30. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, tracking severe weather in central Iowa over Cass County. We do have a tornado warning in place. Let's get to the graphics and waste no further time and tell you about this cell. It is pushing off to the north and east with time at about 55 miles per hour. This tornado warning is in effect until 9:30. That's what we're looking at for threat level as we continue to look ahead. So you see that tornado warning. It is shown in red there. It is going to continue until 9:30. This is a radar indicated tornado at the present, and we do have some stronger areas of rotation. First thing I'm going to do is we're going to put a track on this system. It does have some hail that's wrapped up in this one as well, and you do see a severe thunderstorm warning extended out to the north and to the east. That area we are tracking is east of Atlantic, and this one is moving rather quickly here. To the north and east, this one will be near Anita. You need to seek shelter for a possible tornado. Be near you at 9:06. And we are also going to see this one pulling near Stewart by 9:31. Earlham, should it continue to hold, at 9:41, and Adel way off in the distance by 9:50. Anyone within the red shading, best thing to do is to seek shelter in a low level, preferably a basement, interior room. That's going to be the best place to protect yourself from this possible tornado. This cell has been slowly building up, and we have not seen the strongest updrafts associated with it. Where we're looking at right here is going to be where that brighter blue and also that red kind of come together. The spin is going around in that direction, counterclockwise in nature, and this is occurring over the span of a few miles. This is occurring right along Highway 83 near Wyoda, moving to the northeast towards Anita, and I can't stress it enough. Anita, you need to be in your safe places at the moment. I'm going to back up the forecast scene here just a little bit. That rotation intensified about right here at 8:52, and that's what was cause for triggering this tornado warning. The inbound winds, the updraft feeding it, has not been the strongest. These storms have been around now for about an hour, a little more than that or so. But the updrafts have been weaker, and that has led to a slower formation overall to these cells as they push in. So again, northeastern part of Cass County, you need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. This is radar indicated at the moment, and this one is in effect, until 9:45 this one is in effect. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning off the periphery. This is going to be for some hail. This also extends until 9:45 as well. There's one consistent signal here I'm looking for when it comes to hail, and that's a V notch out of the anvil, and that suggests that there is some hail tucked away in there at this stage. So we do have that tornado warning that has been a little bit more refined. There's a few boxes tucked away in there. We'll see a few drop off here any moment as we go through the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. But long and short of it, we have some rotation here back into the hook of this cell. Just to the east of Wyoda on Highway 83, a couple miles south of the highway. Looks like that rotation's trying to wash out a little bit, but this is by far and away the healthiest cell that we have. We are fighting against time, looking for the atmosphere to stabilize a little bit as we continue on with time. As these cells move to the east. So we're trying to get this activity to stabilize a little bit as it continues on. I do want to show you that as we look at the thunderstorm inhibition. It's starting to build back in. Anywhere you see the blue, that's that cap that we so often talk about building in to prevent storms from forming at the surface. I'm just going to loop it over the last 2 hours, and you can see that it's not completely back in, but it is building in at this stage. So I am hopeful that that's what it tries to do is to build in and ultimately weaken this one as it continues on. We do have some hail associated with this one as well. Up to about 1 inch in diameter is what this is warned for, but we're coming on the broadcast with you because of that rotation that is being seen. So right now it looks actually fairly weak and broad. There's a couple of suspect areas I'd watch, and I'll drop the pointers right here. Anita, I can't stress it enough. Continue to stay in your safe place. There's a couple of areas of rotation here in this last scan that have come up, a sign that perhaps this one is cycling. In fact, moving again to the latest, we have some very broad rotation being noted to the east of Anita now. So this is occurring over the span of about 3 miles overhead. Ideally, we'd be looking for a pinpointed area where each of these cells, red and green, comes together with bright colors. So we're looking about right here for the best conditions locally to the east of Anita, east of Iowa Highway 148. And fairly soon, this is actually going to outrun the tornado warning watch box. The initial warning was for this little hook right in here, but I think we've progressed beyond that to watch for some additional circulations because as we look back into that little hook area, there's still some broad rotation, but it is just that. It is definitely on the broad side of things. So it is out there, and we're going to continue to track it. We are using the radar site out of Des Moines, and that denotes the greens that are going towards the radar, the reds are going away. So this is actually anticyclonic rotation or clockwise rotation, and that's not the best and favorable environment for seeing any tornadoes come to fruition. East of Anita, there is a little bit of activity as well. As I look off screen here, what I'm doing is I'm just looking for any reports that are coming into view from the viewers at home, the National Weather Service, things of the sort. We will be covering this activity as we continue on through the overnight, but I do think the overall trend is going to continue to be to weaken this activity with time. So we're tracking Cass County, northeastern sections towards Anita. I would say stay in your safe place, Anita, but I do think that the best area of rotation is now off and to your north and east. This is it right now for the only storm in central Iowa. We just have not had the most favorable environment. Well, we've had the favorable environment, but we haven't had the favorable triggering mechanism to get these storms to pop off on us. What I'm going to do here is kind of show you the surface setup. I'll need to update these lines here just a little bit. We have a dry line with a trailing cold front. And it's not very often we talk about dry lines up here in the state of Iowa. Usually those are confined to areas further to the south. But what this is doing is differentiating the warm and moist air from the warm and drier air behind it. But you notice the winds here. The wind is really lacking focus against this feature. And what that does is it gives us less of a triggering mechanism. Now, it would be more ideal if we had, say, the wind that was pointed directly into that dry line from the south and east, and behind it a little bit better, but there's that trailing cold front. It is conceivable that a trailing cold front could actually help enhance this activity, but the current thinking, and here's where that cold front currently is, it's a little bit smaller, but I hope you can get the gist of it. I do think the atmosphere continues to stabilize as we go with time. This is the one little cell, the one little storm that has been slowly trying to get up there to those severe characteristics. So I do think this is going to be an isolated storm that we deal with, and ultimately we continue to see storms overall become less and less potent. We may still see a couple of cells pulsing through as we continue on, even past 10 o'clock here tonight, but that's going to be about the extent of our window. I think the best area of rotation right now is just starting to cross over into Adair County as well. So east of Anita, and a couple of rotational signals that are reversed, and as the data updates, red is going away from the radar, green is going towards the radar. That's the area we're watching. I think the rotational signal that we initially watched has definitely faded away, and we're now looking at this circulation that's actually beyond the watch box now for the best area. We did have a wind report of some damage coming down, some branches down 3 miles to the west of Anita. I'll go ahead and pull up that report coming in, and you'll see that that would be in association with kind of the heart of the storm and not necessarily that hook that is associated with it. But right now, this is the way the velocity signal looks. And the hook component of the storm is right over Anita. Continue to stay in your safe place. I think there's a couple of areas we're watching when it comes to that hook. One is right over Anita right now. I think that's the original circulation, and then there might be something trying to get going off that little appendage there in northwestern Adair County. But this would be the area of inflow into the storm, and then it curls back around as that rain does fall down. So you see that hook right along Highway 83 to 148. Please stay in your safe places at this point. Just tracking some activity up in the northern part of the state. We do have a few more cells up there just off the northern edge of the Local 5 area. A lot of hail reports up that direction, a funnel cloud report. We also did have a funnel cloud report from the cell in Cass County as well. And I do believe this one does have some hail tucked away in there. I want to go ahead and pull it over to CC. I don't expect to see much with it, but so often we're looking for some of that damage that gets lofted up within this thunderstorm, and I'm just not seeing it at this point. We would be looking for a lowering of the blue into the blue category on the legend, as you see at the top, in that area of suspected rotation, and just not seeing it. So this is the latest scan on the velocity picture. We have a couple of reverse circulations in this thunderstorm, meaning that they're spinning clockwise, which is typically not the way you try to spin up a tornado, and that's also off into the northern part of the cell, just not a favorable place to spin a tornado. If we're looking for the original circulation, it's right here crossing 148 out of Anita. There's probably going to be some hail tucked away in here just north of town as well. I'm going to go ahead and pause it right now, and you can see in the latest instance of this, one second here while I change the parameters, you can see that that hail is coming in just to the north and northeast, estimated up to about 1.1 inches in diameter, and that's what I actually have here on my other radar tool here just off screen. So I do believe that that rotation has significantly weakened. That originally prompted this tornado warning, but we're going to stick it here until we get the National Weather Service to confirm with us that they agree on that. There is a nice little hook that's passing over Anita right now, which is typically that area that we do watch for that rotation, but as I pull the scope in over it, this is about it right here where we're watching, and I believe that might even be some older data. Let me change over to the velocity picture. Nope, that's current, but it's just not the best. We do have a little bit of some convergence right here where we have the reds running into the greens like this, and that's typically a sign of an updraft going in, and sometimes those can spin around and create a new little area, a new little hook to watch. Yeah, this one is right here. This was the original area of rotation. If I back it down and go it in reverse, you can see the evolution of that. So here it is, and when this warning was prompted was about right here at this point at 8:52. That's when those colors were definitely right up on each other, moving to the north and east, and now this threat has significantly washed out in the last few scans. I'll pull up the shear tracks for you, and I doubt anything is currently showing up in its current manner, but you can see the overall trend that we had. It was stronger once this warning was initially issued back further to the west in Cass County, and I do believe that area of rotation that we would be watching is pushing off into Adair County at the moment. Let me check in with the National Weather Service and see their thoughts on things. We do have a couple of hail reports coming in up north, just one lone wind report with this cell. There's also an additional cell up into Guthrie County as well. This one is actually not severe thunderstorm warned. This one is northeast of Guthrie Center, trending towards Yale, and south of Jamaica in Bagley to the south and to the east, and we haven't put much of a focus on that, but I do see an area of inflow. We have some general thunderstorm circulation in here. This is a signal that the storm is rotating, but it's not in the prime position we'd be watching for seeing a tornado spin up. Perhaps there's some small hail tucked away in here with this cell in northeastern Guthrie County, and there is, and we'll keep a track on it for you, but ultimately that is low, and it is definitely not on the severe side when it comes to that hail characteristic. So this warning continues technically for the next 35 minutes, but taking a look at this cell as it does start to cross over into extreme northwestern Adair County, it just no longer looks near as potent as it once did. Just analyzing the radar here just a little bit for you. I do see some areas of some hail that are tucked away in there, and some of those backward circulations, if you will. This one is now moving out of Cass County. Anita, if you were still seeking shelter, you can definitely come out of that shelter. We're now looking at the most probable part of the storm to hold that tornadic activity, extreme northwestern Adair County, and this one would be very near Adair. So let's go ahead and update. It's been a while since we've done a track on this. This cell is moving to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So we have a little while yet to go here, but places like Stewart will be in your vicinity by 9:35 or so, and actually, no, that can't be right. It's not moving that fast at all. I have not seen that sort of progression in the last few scans. If we're looking at this, this is the trajectory it's covered in the last hour, and so this one is moving at about 40 miles per hour to the north and east. So let's go ahead and redo that. It just didn't seem right when I was talking about how fast this one is moving. And so let's go ahead and redo that for you. So Adair, I want you in your safe places here. While it's not technically in the tornado warning, it's coming off of one, so it'll be near you by 9:19. You definitely have the hail just to the north and east of town. This one will be in Stewart should it continue to hold at 9:42. So that's the update I have for you there. Severe thunderstorm warning. A 1-inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and this is in effect until 9:45. That completely encompasses this warning. So let me get a check here from the National Weather Service. And just kind of curious if we're going to see this extend, because we're definitely out of the tornado warned area at this point, and we will have to send it back to program if that tornado warning is allowed to be canceled early at this point. Just kind of want to wait and see at the moment. I'm not seeing a huge signal of tornadic spin up at this point. There's just a severe lacking in the velocity signal that denotes anything that would be spinning things up. We'll check out the shear tracks here in the latest, and still some small little pockets pulsing up here and there. The way things sit currently, that's the tracks of them in the last 30 minutes. So let's go ahead and take a peek, right? So right there to the south of Adair, that looks like some bad data to me. That's actually off the thunderstorm entirely. We have that storm a couple miles further to the north. So heads up in Adair, I do think you have a strong thunderstorms overhead with some hail currently to the north and east. Just got word that this warning will not be extended. In the booth, if you want to get prepped for the 9 o'clock show on KCWI, and let me know when you're set to go on there, and we will go. And then we'll let WOI get back to normal scheduled program. If you want to stay on the stream with us, we're always streaming at weareiowa.com. We're Iowa Plus, our streaming platform, and also our mobile app. You can catch us there, social media as well. So that is a look at the Doppler radar here. This severe thunderstorm warning will persist until 9:45 as a whole. And this cell is moving to the north and east, I'd say at about 40 miles per hour at this point, with some small hail in here. So once I get the go-ahead from the booth, we'll get you back to, I believe American Idol is on at this point on WI. There is some small hail tucked away in here, 0.9 inches in diameter. So that's what we're looking at here. What I'm going to do is continue to track things here in the Weather Center and keep you updated on the situation as we move forth. There's 2 cells to watch. One is severe over southern Guthrie County, northern Adair County. There's no longer any tornado threat associated with this cell, as that rotation has weakened, and we're going to continue to track it here behind the scenes. Booth, any word? Can we get this back to programming at this point? All right, is there an ETA on when we will be doing that? A little bit complex if you're watching us on WI, because we do currently have a show ongoing on KCWI 23, and so we're working to make sure those sync up appropriately. All right, let's get you back to the program. I'll keep watching things here behind the scenes. Thanks for joining me on this broadcast. If you want to continue to watch, we will be streaming. Take care. WI. Do you want me to go on and do a forecast, or? Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. I will be monitoring this, and go ahead and get ready for 10 o'clock. I don't envision it pulsing back up, but I told you it was trying to. But at this stage, I think we're okay at this stage. Thank you. Yeah, let's go ahead. Thank you. Okay, friends. So that updraft was weak. This was a slow burn to get us there, and it was trying. It was trying. Let me loop it the last hour, and you'll see this here. It was really trying to get there. Excuse me. So it was really trying to get there. Let me get that speed slower. All right, there we go. So the updraft feeding this ultimately was pretty weak. Not explosive growth, but we were able to get there to produce some rotation. There is a distinct kidney nugget associated with this, but it's not wrapping around on itself. This is propagating forward to the north and to the east. And so this one is, in the upper levels, it's still exhibiting a little bit of some spin, but down low in those low levels, it's actually kind of going the opposite way. So as I pull back over to the velocity signal, green is towards the radar. Okay, so we have a lot of forward propagation, and we don't have that southern edge spinning around at all. In fact, if there's anything, you can see a little bit of spin going clockwise here west of Adair. Okay, and that's on the backside. So what's happening here is the wind is rushing out and around this way on the north side of the cell. I've seen this a little bit earlier. If you were on one of my earlier streams, the cell this one here over Audubon County was trying, or was it this one? They were trying to curl around the other direction to the north. And so that's kind of the backwards mentality of it all. It doesn't happen all too often, but that's what is trying to happen. I've been kind of preaching this here, that this is not the best setup overall this evening with the triggering mechanism. So here it is, and I'll have to redraw this a little bit. I don't want to erase everything because it'll take some time to redraw it all. But this dry line is what's actually causing this activity. And then this cold front's not going to be perfect. In fact, I'll just use the blue line since I can. And that'll act as the cold front. So right here, this is the cold front, and the yellow's the dry line. They're going to catch up to each other eventually, and it just becomes a cold front then. But see how the wind is just running parallel to the dry line? You drive parallel down the road and you don't hit anyone. You turn directions towards each other, you hit someone head on, and then things explode and go upwards. Does it make sense? So we actually want, if you want to see big thunderstorms, you want some convergence against the front. Now, in this cold front, we actually have it, but unfortunately with the atmosphere stabilizing, this is a dry air mass. We just don't have the moisture here anymore. It is trailing a little bit at the upper levels, but that's not going to be a significant factor. We'd be watching the dry line here, and eventually if the cold front can catch it, but again, at the same time, this is not the right product I want. I want this one. You know, we do have energy, but we're going to cap off to be able to actually use it. Okay. Thanks everyone for joining me on this. My Minnesota viewers as well. This line up in Minnesota just is not near as potent. And ultimately, this is a bust. We did not reach moderate level status type coverage with threat intensity or the coverage, especially here down south into Iowa. It was conditional all along. In the last 36 hours, we started to pick up on that, and it just didn't materialize in the way that we were expecting. So there is one of the more potent cells just to the west of Mason City up in northern Iowa. They are signaling this as tornado possible. Very scatterbrained type rotations associated with this. Algona, gosh, I think you had a warning on there. 1 second, I picked the wrong one. This one's kind of bulging out and pushing forward through Kossuth County, moving to the north and east, and it is warned at the moment. So radar indicated till 9:45. This cell over 4 corners of Winnebago, Hancock, Worth, and Cerro Gordo until 10 o'clock, all radar indicated. 1 second here. Just checking out some of the updates. I think we're done developing with this cell. I don't even think we're severe in the hail criteria at this point. We did have a report of 3/4 inch hail back towards Adair. The signal looked a little bit more potent there, as you see at 9:16. Now 10 minutes later, it's washing away. So we're starting to stabilize, and the atmosphere is getting better. So the one little warning, and that's it. I don't even think anything popped to the ground. If you're joining me on the broadcast, and you have anything to pass along, I sure would appreciate that. But at this point, I don't really think much happened with that cell. So anyways, I think that was it. That was kind of the lone shot. We were kind of eyeing that 7 to 10 o'clock window here in central Iowa, and we still have 2 storms that we're monitoring, but these are not severe any longer. This is the healthiest storm in Guthrie County at the moment, riding just north of I-80. Should we check and see if any of the traffic cams had any hail down there by Adair? Let's do that, shall we? Give me 1 second while I find one. And we'll just check it out. I'm not so sure. I'm not convinced we're going to find much, but let's just go ahead and pull it up, shall we? It's wet. This is I-80 at mile marker 74. I don't see anything obvious to say that there's hail covering the ground or anything. And I'll tell you, in the chat with our National Weather Service, it's all pretty quiet as well. We don't have any chasers down here in this area. They were all up on that northern activity. So the likelihood of getting a chaser on any of this is just, it's not going to happen tonight. So tracking the activity, but for now, this is what it is. The wind is more so rushing out to the north out of this system than it is the south at this point. So we're actually seeing those circulations come out like this. Okay. And further on up the line, yep, right here too, along Highway 25. So I'm really not seeing too much of a signal of updraft feeding into this, and you'll see, especially when it pertains to kind of the top end echoes, the pinks, they're just not there anymore. You see how they were there back into Cass County? They're not there anymore. The cell's weakening. Does it still have some hail in it? Probably something small, but I don't think it's significant. I'd be looking pinpointed about right in here. And I think that'll match up well. Well, we got a new scan in here. But you can kind of see if there is a little bit of that pink, it's up here. And the heart of this cell that caused this warning is now moving out. There is some stronger wind aloft along with it, but it's not off the charts, mind you. But that's where we're going to find the best wind signature with this. Okay, friends, just going to do kind of a data dig here real quick. Kevin didn't like my storm coverage covering up American Idol. That's a great shot. Yeah, I'll go ahead and save that one, see if we can work that into show. Okay, so no reports there. I'm going to check the socials and see what we can find. Thanks so much for joining me today, no matter how you're watching. We do have multiple ways that you can watch our coverage here. And social media is just one. We are also on We Are Iowa Plus. Download the mobile app, We Are Iowa, in the App Store. And also weareiowa.com. We got that streaming coverage for you, friends. Okay. Let me get back into my stream. If you have any questions, go ahead. I'm going to keep this going for about the next 10 minutes, I suppose, and then I do have a 10 o'clock show I need to get prepped for. You see that best area of wind, though, is kind of riding out ahead in this cell. 47 miles per hour up in the storm. I haven't seen a significant wind report. We did have some broken branches down, but in the grand sense, it was pretty weak. You can see the cold front here on the velocity signal especially. It's right here. And the dry line is going to be about right here. Dew points. Addison, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say we are at this point. So we're even losing focus of our dry line, in fact. That does not look impressive at all. So everything's kind of washing out on us. I see 0 hints of significant rotation coming in here out of this one cell that remains basically over Casey. It's actually wind that is rushing away from the thunderstorm. It's healthy. There's going to be some good lightning associated with it. Why don't I go ahead and just pull that up. I think our storm window is all but done at this point. Oh, this is going to be pointing too far south. Darn it. Tower starts to get in the way if I turn it any more to the right. So yeah, there you see that lightning. Let me see if I can move it just a touch. Hang on here. We'll see if it moves. So technically tornado watch until 12. I'm going to go ahead and call this threat largely over with this one. So a bust indeed, and I'm okay with a bust. I'm okay because I hate to see lives impacted. And we saw it all too often last year, and it was not fun. Not fun at all. Perhaps just you see I rotated the cam as much as I can, but you start to see that bar get in the way, darn it. Okay. There is a nice little hook and appendage off this one. A lot of the curls to the north side of this cell, but there's still just a hint of a little bit trying to drop near Casey. Let me get traffic cam up from the Casey area. All right, let's just check them all out here. Well, something happened. Oh no, those are road crews. Okay, that scared me for a second. I was like, dang, something really happened. Well, maybe something did. I don't know. That looks just... Let me jump on the 511 site here real quick and see if there's an accident somewhere. Hey, there's a great shot. US 69 at Highway 210. This camera has changed its location since I last used it. I don't see any incidents being noted. Let me pull up the traffic speeds here. Come on. Traffic speeds are there. It does look like a little bit of a slowdown out there in the eastbound direction. It's probably just slow moving because of the rain. So that section looked good. We trimmed the warning in case you couldn't see. Okay, I'm just trying to get the cameras up and running, but a couple of them are being finicky. They're down at the moment. Let me see if I can do it here. On the 511 page, there we go. Look outside. And this is looking back to the east. You can see all that lightning there. So that was probably just some slowdown with the rain moving through and not necessarily anything related to the storm. So, okay. Yeah, some really good lightning out in the western horizon. If this one holds, let's loop. It's going to clip North Metro, north side of Waukee, Grimes, Granger, Polk City, maybe north end of Ankeny if it continues to hold. All right. Okay, last little look at velocity. Then, friends, I got to go get ready for a show. If I were watching, I'd watch right here, but that's nothing to get worked up about. Yeah. And second here is a look just off screen. Yeah. This cell is no longer severe. All right. I got a show to prep for. We'll keep the stream going on We're Iowa platforms. Mine is going to drop off here. Thank you for joining me no matter where you are watching me from. And I'll keep you updated on the situation on Local 5 at 10 o'clock. Hope to see you then. See you, friends.